Oh, here it is. KOWITC.
Are we ready?
Are we going? Are we live? Okay, this is the opening of the ballot counting for the election due for 2020 work session. I'd like to do pledge of allegiance and have Marty read it. She's gonna
Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Thank you, Marty, as always. I'd like to now do a roll call. Label board chair, election board.
Marty Connor, election board. Kay Sullivan, election board.
Susan Treasure, Tallier.
Paige Martin, tallier.
Steve Eckerman, Talia.
Rick Ireland, Tallier.
Okay, thank you all. The first line of business I want to say is that we have to get to the ones that we haven't processed yesterday. The people page, you weren't here, and Steve, you were not here. What happens is that the final absentee ballots come into the post office box, which I just picked up before this meeting. And a couple have been dropped off at the lifeguard station, and we're waiting, and they can still drop them off if they have them in town until town hall until 6. So the official tally is not done until 6 o'clock because we might get some others in. So I am going to have the 4 people who've been involved in doing this go ahead and start getting ready to process these. And this will be, I'm sorry, so what's your name? Robert. Robert, this is an example of something that we will, if you were here yesterday, you would have heard about how we decide whether or not a ballot is, could be rejected. And one of the biggest issues is if the ballot doesn't have a signature. That is unfortunate. And that's why we emphasize that. And then another issue is if the envelope has been, well, the thing has been tampered with, but we are a little more lenient as far as not tampered, but if the seal isn't complete, but you can see that people have made an attempt. If it's not sealed at all, that means it was never secured properly.
It was never, no moisture was attempted to let it.
And so under state laws, that's how we can actually reject a ballot, and we don't do that lightly. So here is a procedural situation where, again, yesterday, the other, I won't bring this up a lot because I can't kind of bring you into the conversation because it is a work session, but the other challenger that was here yesterday watched while a lot of that stuff was happening, because all the ballots are ready to be counted now. We're in that counting phase. This is where 2 people, well, this one is where a person who lives in the same house with another person, because of the ballots, you can see we only talk about the number, we never mention the names, filled out the paperwork, and I know this because of our law, for this guy, okay? But she used his number instead of filling out her number. And I say that he never did, I can't guess how, because we figured this out when we're opening them up. I don't know, like, he hasn't sent anything in, so there's no ballot. So he probably looked at it and said, whoops, no, my ballot doesn't match, or maybe he did, who knows. But I would say that because I can change this to 58, which is easy to do, as we did yesterday, and because everything else is correct, that I would accept that.
I would accept it, and then let's just wait and see if 9 would come in before the end of the day, might be able to accept this too.
Exactly. Okay,
Okay. We didn't get 9 yesterday.
I already checked, but you can check again.
No, not. Okay. All right, so
I'm for keeping the ballot.
I am for keeping
Okay.
I agree.
Mr. Earl over there, we can check those anyway. Okay. So, you need to put that ballot in the ballot box, right over there. Here's your number 58, your file. Okay. So this one is another one that wasn't processed yesterday, and this is a situation where she, because they are, I assume, because they have the same name, married, but she did not fill out hers at all. And his is filled out, and then she appeared to sign his, and because he's never came in. I'll look again. Who's sitting here. So that's a little different. We haven't had that one, and because she never provided an absentee application,
She has to apply.
she has to apply, and she can't take the
That's
rest.
the code step.
Yeah.
I don't think we can accept
Let me look at one thing one more time. I just want to take one other check before we do that. Everybody's cell phones have to be off, by the way. These people have their cell phones on because they're going to be put on airplanes because they have to use them for their calculator. But just to let you know that, okay. Mine is on because I'm the chair and I keep getting panic things and questions and stuff. So, which I'm gonna go outside in a second. Put that in silence, but I can still see if they're vibrating. Okay, I'm gonna look through our log to see if there is another device I did it, but I'm just checking myself again.
That's fine.
Nope, there's only one came in, so I think that we have to reject that ballot because there was no, it's her husband's, it's not hers or whoever, and she never sent one in, and, yeah.
I don't see how we
Okay.
accept it.
All right, so that
And if
is,
there were the other one, you could see that they made a switch, but I don't see that a switch is made.
and I'll need this or put into that right there, right? Yeah, that's the only problems I had.
Yeah.
Yay!
I had your pen.
So now, they're gonna start processing sorry, this is kind of like what you think, but, now they're processing the, ballots that we've got in since we stopped, processing at 4 o'clock last night. And they're gonna read out the numbers to me. She's gonna put it in, and I'm gonna put in the log and they came in. What number is that?
This is the one.
Oh, okay. I didn't have a chance to log those, so, I don't think. Oh, they're already. What are you looking for?
Well, the problem is here.
That's not, no, the rejected are right there, there are no more problems, that's that.
I just took it out.
Okay, can you just give me the numbers?
Sure. 126.
Give me 1 second.
Do you need to look at these?
No. I already checked, I just put the number in. Okay, 126,
166.
uh-huh,
174.
uh-huh,
175.
uh-huh.
165.
Can I see that, please?
Okay.
Oh, I thought you said 155. Okay, that's good. Okay,
257. You don't have to do that. Don't you?
okay,
258.
okay,
383.
okay,
382. And that's all.
okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, now we get to, file the rest of these, and then, have the ballots already been taken out?
I'm gonna file, she's gonna take them.
Okay. We have to keep all the paper. You can't throw away the envelope, but you can't keep the paper. Leave the envelope. That's okay. Yeah.
No signature. No.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Oh, we have to show you something.
Oh.
No signature.
Oh, goodness. I didn't see that. Well, that's what I was doing. I wouldn't have seen it.
You just don't.
I you can't, I mean, I actually know this person and, it doesn't surprise me. But, you can't accept it with the signature. So you'll have to put that in rejected, and I'll put that down as rejected. Okay.
What? Don't we have to sign it?
Yeah, go ahead and do that. I just want to put it on the, what's the number?
Just right rejected.
Yeah. What's the number?
166.
So that's just a non-signature is, we don't have any room there. We have to say, no, it's rejected.
Who's like the,
The bag behind you. I put on a chair.
Oh. Three.
Okey dokey. So we can take that away until, it's more, very satisfying, by the way, how many, of our ballots came back. A lot of times we have like up to 30 that don't come back, and it's less than that, especially, and we had a very good turnout, so that's good. The post office is working after all. All right. All right, so, now what happens is that the keys are right here, we'll be opening up the ballot box. And this is the moment everybody's been waiting for and worked hard for. Well, we can find out what's in the vote. I'm so sorry, but can you put that on us?
I tried.
I'm getting it, election stuff. So that's why I'm doing that. All right, here are the ballots, okay? You will, the process, I'm gonna let these ladies go through and explain that, because I'm going to be observing, but they are open, but one of the things I told Paige, because Paige is new, and Archie and Brad is not new, but is that you, when they're opened, you put them in stacks of 10. And I think that this year, maybe we'll just go here, here, and here, and maybe a stack over there, because I want to be able to keep, we have to open them up. And then you take the ballot, you put it face down, you shouldn't be looking at the name, and you put the ballot, and you do piles of 10. I'll have these ladies like do maybe the first 3, right? Or just you 3 do them, and then if you feel comfortable, we'll pass. I want to make sure it doesn't get to be chaotic, okay? And I'm just going to be observing because I have other things I can do.
Here, we don't have pictures, they're all in. Why don't we put that side? All right, so we are going to take these out and put them face down.
Okay. It could be in the vote. This is how we do.
We have an opener or something. There's some of them on the table.
We put everything. You gotta have a complete vote.
It's kind of agonizingly slow, and the reason we have to do it that way is because we don't want things to get out.
Are we doing?
We need a bag or something.
Yeah, that's right here.
Putting it to balance down in the bowl, right?
Well, I thought you guys just stacked them on top of each other,
Okay.
and then you did
You
the
just do it like
opposite way.
that.
One way or the other.
Yeah.
And then after you do 10, then
You
you
go
do
like
the other
that.
direction.
You have done this for years. Let's get this and it's not done. And I will just use all right, then.
I don't remember seeing.
I'll get you some too, because I think it'll be,
I don't know if we have enough open.
you guys don't really have enough room, so I'll get you some done, okay? Okay, good. I'll go in now.
Yeah, one more here.
We don't need one.
No.
Okay. Right there. That's gonna, that's fine, because that's. All right, just let you know, she thought there was 2 ballots in there. If there had been 2 ballots, we would have had to reject it because they have to be in separate envelopes. But it was just the instructions.
No. I know, so that's actually still a vote.
No, they voted.
Oh, they voted on it.
There was 2, yeah. Let me do the bag. Yes. Hey, take the tape over there. Do you have any tape? Sorry. Yeah. Good. Well, is that good? I'm gonna give this to you guys, just to make sure there's nothing left in them. You can put them in the bag, okay? I'm looking at a break. You guys do it. And you can put them in the bag and go.
I should just put this across or either else.
Yes, like, yeah. Second class car. Instructions. The ballot's in there. Remember, everything you-
hear you. I guess you can flip it later. That's hard one coming out. It's kind of interesting because you see how the process works. This is how it's obviously is that it's a long process.
Thinner on the.
Does anybody want any water? There. Kate? Yeah. This is the town attorney. It is. Yeah. I didn't, I don't understand after their. Yeah. Okay. How many guys are getting? So Daisy.
Oh, okay.
There was a message to you.
Oh, no.
Distribution.
When you're ready, I know you are. So, Fred, as you learned last time, groups of 10. Our minds only can take groups of 10. And so they're opening them and preparing them now, putting them in groups of 10, and then Steve Efferman is checking to make sure nothing is stuck in there. And then we'll start the gallery.
I think yesterday's was a little hard too, but it's, maybe just forgot.
Get out of here before 4 o'clock.
It's called self-preservation.
But we got through them all, the ones that we did today so far.
Yeah. I was a little bit.
You need tape?
No, I just.
That's about it.
Take time about it.
Uh, You can see there are ways that the privacy about their important stuff. You have no idea how people do this.
You say on your- Oh,
I'm ignoring, I'm ignoring her. Get her envelope.
All right, sharper.
Urban tools.
Well, maybe we can go now. Once together. One to eat,
No,
not one to accept them. Anyway. Oh,
Do not get my hair done.
I was wondering.
I know, you can search for me.
You couldn't tell.
What do you like for it? You couldn't tell. That's right.
But exactly.
That's rude. Okay. Yeah, that's it all. Group of 8. Okay? Maybe 11. Yeah, 8.
Oh, we did the last.
Oh, sorry. Go first. I can't really catch.
Go. I think the last one didn't have.
We're not there yet.
Okay. I know. I need some more. They aren't torn.
Yeah, I told, Mr. Stevens that it would only take like 2.5, 3 hours yesterday. To hitch. Not longer. What'd you say?
She had a plate there.
Good, that's not incorrect. Is it, how you have to lay it out?
Well,
I want to make sure today, okay.
the reason is close to those counties to take.
Okay.
He's gonna have to do a little.
That's what I think, that's what I think.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, whatever.
she may not.
We prepared the sheet. We can just put the sheet up.
We're talking about what we're doing for her. Okay. Okay, I think we need,
Whatever you think.
Well, when we get into it, you might.
Okay.
It takes a little, it's not hard to, stressful.
Okay, gotcha.
You put them sideways, one is sideways, one is sideways. That's how you have the 10. So,
That's probably some group 10.
why don't we do that? No, that's just adding, yeah. I felt like I was a school teacher there for a second, and looked up at me, okay? I thought you'd like to hear that sound. Mhm. Today. Or
Brand new face shield. Look at what sparkle.
Uh-huh. Pointing at something. But this is the last slide, so we're almost at the end, ladies and gentlemen. What is that? BC? You get through that? Okay. Everywhere I go, there's BC. You know what I think, Paige, you can help me with these. We can have it ready and sort of practice them. And let the three of them people with 2 days late for it. Right? Yeah. So let them do it, and then we'll say on top of it. Thank you. Okay, so we're done. It's that piece right here. Now I'm gonna let them do it. Just be put them in the pen. So what we're thinking, Susan, is that you like three of you will be doing the same option ballot. And the two board chairs will be shadowing each other, one is calling out. They're calling out the right stuff. If you have to. Well, the three of you will be doing it, not four of you.
Oh, okay, I understand.
So just give somebody a
No, no,
chance.
no,
Yeah. So like that way, you, oh, well, Susan doesn't have, like what you say, Susan doesn't get a break unless you're sitting there.
Okay, so if we can all have a suggestion, have it,
You have to just,
like Susan and I'll do the first until we get to row number 14.
Mhm.
We will keep our sheets and we'll end up coding the row sheets. Paige and Steve can do the next.
have you, but one of the problem is that, Paige, do you think you'll feel comfortable doing the tallying? There's a little bit of construction part.
I really,
If you feel comfortable.
I don't, I mean, I can certainly try. I like, if I could watch them do it.
Listen, let's do an observation with Steve and Paige, and we'll see how, we'll try from there. I just don't want to get it messed up on the final. So,
I'll do whatever you think. I think if we keep switching every 14, it's way longer. I mean, we could just so they can.
yeah. Okay, I agree. So let's just go.
The two of you are gonna do it,
Two of us will do it.
the two that will do it.
Yeah,
You will do it, Jeffrey. And come back later.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Okay.
But you can watch them. You can stay.
Stay and watch, because you want,
Stay for the.
because you want, because you may be doing this on Monday. So it's a real good idea, because,
Everybody on Monday.
because I'm not gonna
You
be.
guys are doing a recap. So we have to be prepared. You can actually watch the Okay, that, it is important. Okay. You know, just thinking if you do have to do it on Monday.
Okay, so I'll watch our. Tell me where they are.
It's the actors and how comfortable she feels.
Okay.
So you guys count it back.
Yeah. There's only one on. All of them are raised to 10.
Oh, good. Mhm. I'm gonna get a chair. Yeah. Let her know how close, you know, you feel comfortable with her observing, because, you know, I know Rick is not gonna be here, who knows if Archie, something doesn't come up, so. Back up to next year. No more problems.
But it's that easy.
Not yet. Did you ask Sheena if any other ballots have come in, and Ashley? Okay, we're not gonna, we're gonna.
Okay, this is the wrong one. No problem with that at the end. So it's in a group by itself.
You want to put a paper clip on? Put a paper clip on.
Good one.
You guys ready? You want to take a break before we start?
I want to do that.
Okay, a break before we start the tallying?
Put a paper clip on it so we know it's been on. Sorry, Dad.
That's it.
She has said one so far.
Oh, good. Well, good. So what I probably will ask you to do, oh, you'll be doing this. No, you're not going to do it. You're just going to be observing. I might ask you to run over and pick up the stuff at Town Hall, because we have to count from here. Town Hall, and if anything, okay. Did you walk or did you bring your car? Okay, my car's there. This is quicker.
So what,
You want to do it now?
Yeah, go ahead and do it now. Might as well get it. I don't think there's going to be a lot more than that. Am I close enough to the mic?
So what am I thinking?
A ballot.
Oh, ballot. So if I just ask.
Yeah, Sheena, you just go up to Town Hall and Sheena will hand it to you. Can you tell Sheena that he's coming to pick it up? And
She said one drop off at like.
so they know who, I mean, obviously Caroline knows who you are. Can you tell her that he's coming to pick them up?
Yeah, do you have badge?
You need to put your badge on. There you go.
Now you're official. Yeah. The most important guy that's ever handled the life.
So lifeguard station and town hall. And there's lifeguard station and town hall.
There's a ballot in the lifeguard station and there's a ballot. Yeah.
Sure.
This is easy to work. Drive right in circles.
Check the stuff.
Okay, because you guys, I'm gonna have my back to you probably. Or around, this is that if you need me, if you need them to slow down, please speak up, okay? I said who's visiting you? Do you have family visiting?
Had vacation somewhere.
Can you put on mute for until we get back up and going? Thanks.
Just go back to. Go ahead, you did, I'll watch.
Okay, so Challenger, the process is she is reading and the other one makes sure that she's not saying another candidate when it's another candidate. And then the talliers at the end after they get 10, because we have discovered batches of 10 is something that works with the mind when you're doing lots. They will say 5, and if he says 4, we read them again. So that's the process. It's kind of monotonous, but it's a true, it works.
Tried and true.
Tried and true, that's the words. Those are the words.
All right.
Ready?
You ready?
We're ready.
Moskowitz Stevens. Moskowitz Stevens. Moskowitz Stevens. Persinger Stevens. Moskowitz Persinger.
I think I'm doing this wrong. Going down on each line instead of going across.
You want to start over?
Okay, let's-
We'll start over. We'll start
Okay,
over.
cross the line. Can you do me a favor? Can you read? I have these set up as their full names.
Yeah. The full names.
We never did that.
No, I can do, whatever, I just have to, I have to, no, I'm not asking you to change your approach. Let me just highlight something on here, so I'm looking at my vision.
We actually did do it because it gives them a second to, as you're reading through, it. That's what we have, is the full name. So the full name, they're gonna do the full name. Okay, are you set up now?
Yeah.
Okay, so the full name is being read because it gives your mind a second to get to the next place, okay?
That was a dry run.
That was really good.
That was a dry one.
Only 6 more hours.
Let's hope you say the same thing the second time.
All right. I'm not allowed to say the same thing because they want first names now. All right, here we go. Ready?
Yes.
On your mark. David Moskowitz, William Stevens.
Got it.
David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. 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 David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
Tell us when you're ready. These are back at the ballot box. So are you gonna alternate? Or are you gonna,
Why don't we take a couple of
okay,
do it first? Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
David Moskowitz, 9, Gary Persinger, 7, William Stevens, 4.
did you hear that? Everyone? Okay.
Okay.
Ready?
Are you ready?
Ready?
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
Sally, you tell us when you're ready.
Five for David Moskowitz, 9 for Gary Persinger, 5 for William Stevens.
Plenty, don't worry.
You ready?
Ready?
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens.
Five for David Moskowitz, 10 for Gary Persinger, 5 for William Stevens.
You guys decide.
You want to go or you
I'll
want
go. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens.
All right, I have 5 for David Moskowitz. I have 6 for Gary Persinger, and I have 8 for William Stevens.
Ready?
Ready?
Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
All right, I have 7 for David Moskowitz, 7 for Gary Persinger, and 6 for William Stevens.
Yes. Ready?
Ready?
Gary Persinger, William Stevens. 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 David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
I have 4 for David Moskowitz, 8 for Gary Persinger, and 7 for William Stevens.
Are you ready? William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens.
I have 6 for David Moskowitz, I have 6 for Gary Persinger, I have 7 for William Stevens.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
I have 8 for David Moskowitz, I have 10 for Gary Persinger, I have 2 for William Stevens.
Thank you. You didn't have to bring the whole box back because they still need it at the polling station. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. Just leave it down, at my desk. Yeah. Yeah, just wherever, it's fine.
You'll pause for a second.
Yes.
I'm ready.
Ready?
You ready?
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
I have 7 for David Moskowitz, I have 7 for Gary Persinger, and I have 4 for William Stevens.
Correct.
That's beside the vocal cords. You?
Ready?
You know what? I got distracted. I didn't count this.
Okay, everybody ready?
Ready?
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
I have 7 for David Moskowitz, I have 8 for Gary Persinger, I have 4 for William Stevens.
Ready?
Ready?
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens.
All right, I have 3 for David Moskowitz, 8 for Gary Persinger, and 9 for William Stevens.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Ready?
Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens.
I have 8 for David Moskowitz, I have 6 for Gary Persinger, and I have 6 for William Stevens. Okay.
That last file is at 8 and it's 9:10. You got it. It's a little tricky, the small ones, just so you know. Cut it in. Thank you.
Are we ready?
Ready?
David Moskowitz. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens.
I have 4 for David Moskowitz, I have 7 for Gary Persinger, and I have 7 for William Stevens. All right, we have to switch sheets here. Okay.
I still have one line.
Oh, that's because you erased. I didn't erase, I crossed out the top one.
Oh, you crossed.
So we need to just cross out number 14 on yours. And then what we'll do is we'll just start new sheets, okay?
Do you want me to say please or anything yet? You can get started if you.
No, well, she's,
Okay.
here's to get ready. Okay, hold on one second. I think he's gotta get himself focused. Ready to go.
Are you ready?
Mhm.
We can pause anytime.
I know we can.
Lots and lots and lots of time. Here we go.
All right.
William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens.
I have 4 for David Moskowitz, 8 for Gary Persinger, and 6 for William Stevens.
All ready?
Mhm.
Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
I have 7 for David Moskowitz, 7 for Gary Persinger, 6 for William Stevens.
Agree.
Agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ready? David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. William Stevens.
I have 5 for David Moskowitz, I have 8 for Gary Persinger, I have 5 for William Stevens.
You agree?
Ready?
Ready?
Gary Persinger, William Stevens. William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. William Stevens. David Moskowitz. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens.
I have 2 for David Moskowitz, I have 6 for Gary Persinger, and I have 8 for William Stevens.
I agree. Ready?
Ready?
William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger, David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger, Gary Persinger, William Stevens, Gary Persinger, Gary Persinger, William Stevens, Gary Persinger, William Stevens.
Oh, it won't take this yet. Sorry.
David Moskowitz, 3, Gary Persinger, 9, William Stevens, 5.
Ready?
Ready?
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
I have 5 for David Moskowitz. I have 9 for Gary Persinger. I have 6 for William Stevens.
Ready?
Ready?
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
I have 6 for David Moskowitz, 10 for Gary Persinger, and 6 for William Stevens.
Are we ready?
Ready?
Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. William Stevens. Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens.
Ready?
Good.
I have 3 for David Moskowitz. I have 9 for Gary Persinger. I have 6 for William Stevens.
Ready?
Ready?
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. 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 David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
Ready? I have 8 for David Moskowitz, 8 for Gary Persinger, 3 for William Stevens.
I agree. Right?
Ready?
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
All right, I have 9 for David Moskowitz, 9 for Gary Persinger, 2 for William Stevens.
How are you guys going? Good?
Super.
Okay.
What'd you say? We're moving way too fast.
Does this seem fast to you, Paige?
Good pace.
Okay, good.
Ready?
Ready?
Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. 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 David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
Six for David Moskowitz, 10 for Gary Persinger, 4 for William Stevens.
Are we ready?
Ready? Ready?
David Moskowitz. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens.
I have 7 for David Moskowitz, I have 6 for Gary Persinger, I have 5 for William Stevens.
Ready?
Ready?
Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. William Stevens.
I have 4 for David Moskowitz, 8 for Gary Persinger, 6 for William Stevens.
Ready?
Ready?
Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
Yeah, I saw that. I think that
It's all right.
it's
It's
a.
okay? Okay. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
Just stop 1 second, just so that you might be interested. It's somebody that, don't show it, please. Well, the name is on it. They changed their vote and put an arrow to who they actually chose and then signed it. So that we're accepting it because they obviously only get 1 ballot. Okay.
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. William Stevens. David Moskowitz. William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
All right, we got 6 for David Moskowitz, 7 for Gary Persinger, and 4 for William Stevens. All right, that's the end of sheet number 2, we go to sheet number 3.
I'm gonna go to ladies round.
We'll take a 2-minute break then,
Okay.
just pause for a second, so.
One more for each floor.
Huh?
I was thinking we could do the whole time.
No, come on, please.
Thank you, Bill.
We, about halfway through. More than halfway through. Maybe that's what it was. Should have been there last time. Took a while for me to get used to it. It's weird, like you just like lose concentration, just like little birdie comes in.
Yeah.
The pitches that, that's all we make sure you can see. That's counted automatically. But we had to count that last year. It was disputed.
Because on the start, you can, when it's explained and told you, see how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good, something, 450.
That's the way I was just reading.
What?
That's what I was just reading.
Okay, I think we're ready to get showtime here.
Yeah, well, you know, some people were absent from their station.
You know?
Which I was, what did you
No,
say?
well, she just walked in, so I just do that.
Okay. What did you say? I don't care.
Ready?
Are we ready? Everybody ready? Here we go. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
Oh, okay, I have 6 for David. You ready? 6 for David Moskowitz, 9 for Gary Persinger, 5 for William Stevens.
Agree.
Who's next? I think I still have. I just started. You ready?
Ready?
Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens.
I have 5 for David Moskowitz, 8 for Gary Persinger, 7 for William Stevens.
Ready?
Ready?
Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
I have 4 for David Moskowitz, I have 8 for Gary Persinger, I have 7 for William Stevens.
Okay. Dave, you ready?
Ready?
David Moskowitz. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens.
I have 4 for David Moskowitz, 6 for Gary Persinger, 7 for William Stevens.
Ready?
Ready?
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. 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 William Stevens.
Ready for the next batch?
Wait, I want to 9 for David Moskowitz, 9 for Gary Persinger, and 1 for William Stevens.
Ready?
Ready?
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz.
Ready? Okay, I have 7 for David Moskowitz, 7 for Gary Persinger, 5 for William Stevens.
Yes, I agree.
Ready?
Ready?
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. William Stevens. William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
I have 7 for David Moskowitz, 7 for Gary Persinger, and 4 for William Stevens.
I got 6 for Moskowitz.
Oh, I'm sorry, you know what I do? I have, sorry.
Just, you have to read it over again.
Yeah, I'll have to read it, I've actually.
You have to put a line through it.
How about that? That was my mistake. All right, we'll do that one again.
Yes, you will. Are we ready?
Sure.
Yes,
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
You can see them, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
William Stevens. William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
I have 6 for David Moskowitz, 7 for Gary Persinger, and 4 for William Stevens.
I agree.
Are we ready?
Ready?
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
I have 6 for David Moskowitz, 9 for Gary Persinger, and 4 for William Stevens.
I agree. Ready?
Ready.
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. William Stephen. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. William Stephen. William Stephen. David Moskowitz, William Stephen. Gary Persinger, William Stephen. David Moskowitz, William Stephen.
I have 6 for David Moskowitz, 5 for Gary Persinger, 6 for William Stevens.
I agree.
We're getting down to the end, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, then we have to go. There's a few more.
Ready? David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens.
Six for David Moskowitz, 7 for Gary Persinger, 7 for William Stevens.
I agree.
Are we ready?
Ready?
William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens.
I have 3 for David Moskowitz, I have 6 for Gary Persinger, I have 9 for William Stevens.
I agree.
Are we ready?
Ready?
Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens.
6 for David Moskowitz, 7 for Gary Persinger, 7 for William Stevens.
I agree.
Ready?
Ready?
Okay. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
All right, I have 6 for David Moskowitz, 8 for Gary Persinger, and 5 for William Stevens.
I agree.
The split is even, we got 2 groups of 10 left, so you get to finish it off,
Hold on a second. We got to change sheets here.
okay?
Ready?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Ready? You ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Okay.
Ready?
David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens.
I have 4 for David Moskowitz, 10 for Gary Persinger, 6 for William Stevens.
I agree.
Are we ready? David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens.
I think this is 9.
I have 5 for David Moskowitz, 9 for Gary Persinger, and 5 for William Stevens.
I agree.
I think it's 9, yeah.
The last stack is 9.
Yeah, just count against that because I certainly do that. Yes. do that.
9.
Okay.
Here we go.
Mhm.
It's not the end, but it's near it. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, William Stevens. William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens.
I have 3 for David Moskowitz. I have 7 for Gary Persinger. I have 7 for William Stevens.
I agree.
Okay, hold on for a second. I'll take
It's got to go in here.
Yeah, just go ahead and give it to me, I'll put it over there. All right, so, I know I have, I believe 2 ballots in there. Those are, people who voted at the station, and then they're absentee ballots, but anyway, so,
You have to total these.
I know. So,
But we're not finished.
we're not, well, except for those that are in here. But then we also, have they gotten any more at town hall?
No, we're,
Okay, so we officially have to stay and count the ballots here. So anything else that comes in, and we can't kind of tally it all up until 6 o'clock. But what you can do is, squirrel. But what you can do is, what I'm thinking, ladies, is what we'll do is, I'll stay here and man the place, and we'll put this on mute, basically, or we're in break until the end. You can add up everything now and see if that agrees, so that when we have the final ballots, we can just add that to them. Does that sound satisfactory to everybody? And you guys can all leave, and I can just stay here until 5:30 or something, and come back, and then we have to go over to the life-saving station.
Okay.
So.
Does that work for
I'm gonna
everybody?
total everything here that I've got in these stacks, including the final total for everything.
Final totals, and then you're gonna see if you two agree.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
And do we need to?
oh, yeah, you.
You don't have to hit it on mute to do it. I think that it's open. I mean, the total is the total. It's on an open meeting.
So we'll wait until after the total and then we'll move the break.
Yes. Sorry if I missed the numbers. Sorry, I have to use it for this. I got it. I have a copy of the paper.
Yeah, that's old, right?
The first one.
Because I can do, we can work on, I can work on $7. Do you need a calculator, right there? Like a paper calculator? We have one.
It's working.
Okay. Husband has Russell Field. He was an Australian citizen, now he's American citizen. I guess you have democracy in Australia. Yes, that Queen. Not in Hong Kong.
So, yeah, Barnaby. Where is the white ball?
I think we're gonna round that. Okay, great. We still have 2 more.
Yeah, 2 more.
Oh, really?
Are you ready for us to open these? Steve?
Yes, go right there.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't clear it, I guess. We're gonna compare our totals.
Yeah, we'll compare our totals.
We
Okay,
also have
before we do that, I want, just to be a little time, I'd like you to check this and you to check hers. I'm gonna do that, with that. If they don't match, it will be a lot less more of a problem. So, does anybody want, not a problem, but, does anybody want the calculator with paper?
Yeah.
Okay.
You need me to move?
No, I'll bring it over.
Okay.
Quite a long extension for. It's quite long.
It is quite-
Straight out the parking lot.
Oh, God.
Oh, we're over in North Beach.
I sit in my house and
Yeah, you can go home and do it.
Are we retailing everything, not just the total?
No, the totals of the page,
Just-
not, you don't need to do it, yeah, they're all good.
Okay.
The numbers going down.
Page two. You guys do whatever recounting you think needs to happen, but, I thought that we were gonna just do her.
Her
total, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Then you have to.
Right. Other home.
Okay.
That's just fine. What, wait, come on. Just make it without dollar signs, is there a way to do that? Doing some function though. Just go back to my phone. You know how to make it just add a lot. Like, not my, it's not my. Well, I use one of these.
It's take the dollar signs off.
So I just want to add, like, you know what I mean, so. See what it's doing. I don't know what functions will be on.
Archie, you know these
Nobody uses these anymore. You use it? Do you? Challenger, do you use it?
I used it years ago,
And doubling
Ash, really, look at those.
and I can just use my phone.
Who's the cleaner, even
What about,
Yeah.
is it this? That take care of decimal points?
Well, it's still, that's right there, because it's 78,
Right,
so it
right.
says 45, you know, so, and you just dropped the
Drop the
3
zeros.
zeros.
Try it again.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just smart.
Yes, that's right there.
Mhm. Maybe I'm more difficult than it used to be. Huh? No. No. Thank you anyway. I'm just gonna use my phone, I think it's easier.
Yeah.
I'm looking. All the players, yeah.
Are you guys ready?
We have two more.
Yeah.
Well,
so-
we're gonna check all these first. then we do it.
Just hold on. Madam Chair. Well, we're going to add these to the totals before we announce the numbers. This number. How many are left? How many sheets? Yeah, oh, it's not that many. It's
No,
not
it's sheet.
These are the sheets. Yeah.
Just the sheets.
Not the what? Not the envelope. These are the application. So, can you give that to me?
We can lift it.
Yeah. Is that box still here? You can like carry everything in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when do we, at this point, we waited until you come back with the ballot?
Yeah,
before
we're
we do
going, yeah, and we will add this total.
this? Okay, so but this is the total
Yeah, it's in total here, but then you can add one more.
to each one, so we just have to, right, so we didn't do it this way before, so
Yeah.
I just read in the bottom of that. Yeah, go get the ballots, I'll wait.
You guys kind of work out the format because for the extra, you're gonna have to do another page and stuff that, I really think that we probably will only have these two, but I'll be shocked if we have any more. I will. There's not that many more left to do.
It's
Down to
2020,
seven.
anything can happen.
Usually it's 30, usually there's 30 people that don't even send their ballots back, okay? So that's like every year, right? No matter what the tally is. This year, we're down to 17, go pick up those, we're down to 15. So I don't really see after this, but we can't do anything until, we have the map, until 6 o'clock. So adding, this is an extra special year, adding the additional format from the major tally, I just think you do start another page or however you two want to decide. I have to go get the tally.
Okay.
You guys can figure it out while I'm going to get them.
If you want. I have these pages on, I'm going.
I think, why don't you just start a new page?
Okay, I want to give you an example. So we have all the pages done. And we have all those individual pages. So then what we've done is that we're going to total.
Oh,
So now we're gonna get the other line, like, we're gonna get the others, we're just, do we do like underneath here?
I think we should do another page.
What do you mean by another page? By another total page?
Yeah, like a whole page, even if there's only a few more.
Just mark an extra ballot or.
well, it's two different things.
Oh, is that what you're talking?
I think we're talking about two different things. I was thinking the tally page would be a different page,
Oh, yeah.
but he's talking about the total page.
Oh, I see, but you want me to just add another fifth page over here? I have 4 pages right now.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
so do I.
So we
I
can
was
just add a
thinking you
fifth page.
could add a fifth page for these,
And then retotal it and give
and
it.
then total, yes, that's what I was,
All right.
does that,
Yes, it makes sense.
I mean, this is a democracy, so we can, if you don't, that's how I see it, but if you as talliers see it differently. But let's wait and do the two we have. I haven't even opened them yet. Until
Okay,
we get these
that's fine.
additional two, so we have 4.
All right, that's fine. I will start at fifth page, and the page will be marked day of.
There you go.
Love that.
There you go.
Day of.
Oh, it's very nice. That's a long extension. Really? Robin. Robin.
Yes, I have done it, Robin.
Is she still working?
Yeah, she is. Uh-huh.
She's really helped me a lot.
Oh, she did? Oh, she's so good.
She's really,
Yeah.
she's gone to my house and then helped me pick out paint colors.
Oh,
Based
good.
on colors,
Right.
because, that big color wheel.
Yeah, it could be a little overwhelming.
It was.
Uh-huh.
And, it helped with furniture.
Good.
I like her as a person.
Yeah,
She's
she's
wonderful
awesome.
environment. She's a wonderful person.
Our sons have been friends since kindergarten.
That's what she.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And I was telling you all that, a couple of the galas.
Yes, they're fine. Yes, they couldn't stay with us. Yeah.
Well,
Well, that's
I
awesome.
had a chance to tell her I said.
I will tell her you said hello. I see her all the time. Her son was here again last night. Uh-huh. Yeah, she is. She is really good too.
She is really
Mhm.
good.
It's a nice store.
Oh, I like this store.
Yeah.
Yes. I've been to the store before, but, then had looked and it's before we were here. full time.
Okay. Mhm.
And then I was lucky, she just was there, one day, and it's really quick, and she helped me fill the missing holes and
That's
replace
awesome.
things.
That's great.
And the store's been easy to work with too. I had some things that had to be, there was, some feedback on some of the chairs, the dining chairs. and they
okay.
Really advocated and helped me with, and the stuff was coming out of PA somewhere with really handmade stuff.
Mm. Mhm.
So it's hard, it took a while to get things done.
Right.
It,
But they were
no
helpful and
complaints,
that's
no
good.
complaints about alcohol.
That's great. Yeah, it's a nice store. I've been helping my cousin decorate his house. So I just bought a whole bunch of lamps and art from that store. And so I was in there for quite a while. Really, they're really beautiful.
Well, it's better to go and just really walk around, because that's how I found
Yeah.
things that I really,
It is.
and there's one piece that I looked at before we were here, that I really liked,
Mhm.
but I didn't get it, and, that a year later, it's still here, and it is a floor model, and then it was reduced, and it was an expensive secretary desk.
Okay.
I didn't like it.
Mhm.
So I finally decided I just had to have this.
It's meant to be. Uh-huh.
And I love it. I'm so
That's
happy I
awesome.
bought it. And that's even before I knew her. It was like,
So, what should we do? I was just gonna say something. This is running, so this is really a board question, but, it's only, we have an hour. What time is it really?
It's 4:42.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, that clock, I can look at that clock, it's wrong. And, so, I think that we should, I'd like to be able to, just announce everything at the light bright station, the absentee and the written in, and then the totals are agreed, and you guys sign it, and we call you back. That would be you two, you would have to come back. If we have any more ballots come in, but I have a feeling that this is probably the end. But they could come in at 1 minute to 6.
you said that
So,
before.
Okay, so we're gonna count these ballots, these right here, then we're gonna be done.
yeah, and then you guys will look at your numbers, you'll see if they agree. you'll sign off on them, and then the board will wait here, and we'll go over to town hall, and then we'll announce it at that time,
Not at the life saving.
at the town hall, as they always do with this sheet.
Right.
After the, just, I think you probably are very interested, right? Is that at, really 6 o'clock, when is that? And so, not 6 o'clock, it's only at 6:30. So they will see if the counties agree, they will share the papers with each other, and if they do agree, great. And we'll call them back, if they can let them stay around till 6. And then we'll head over to town hall, we'll fill this out, get the numbers from the inspector at the station. Fill this out, get it out. And then we'll do it. Okay? I don't need to do that. You don't need it. My way is not all. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Good system.
Yeah.
It worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot. I know, when you do it, you realize the checks and balances, so many. And I was particularly thrilled. And you are interested in talking elections. Kate goes, oh no, here she goes again, talking. But the thing I was happy about was that the absentee ballots came back, and they came back really strongly. The strongest that they've come back, I only did it last year, but when I look at the stats, you know, stronger than they've done most years.
You
That's
see 17, more.
17, but it's now it's going to be 15 because I just got 2 more ballots from town hall.
So we have 15 more in a week.
No,
No,
it's going to be
we have 2
15.
more.
15.
No, I'm just making sure my numbers are.
No, we have, no, we have. You must be perfect.
The look in your eyes.
No, because he was here at the opening too.
If
yesterday.
those 15 could still come in, they could be running down the road right now.
All right, so this will come off. And I'll give it to you. So what happens with that is that these are the ones that were returned to us asking, then we attach them to the white envelope with the ballots inside. I log it, and then she puts it in the folder that shows that they voted. You know, so there's an easy way to track everything. And if you'd like to come over later, let's talk more election. Because they're sick of it.
Yeah, I'm saying, don't come over to my house. Find someplace.
Marty is going to be, her phone's not going to be picking up. So that's what we're going to do, Kate. Yeah, we're going to have it, but we're not announcing it. We're just going to sit tight until 6 o'clock, and then just go. I'll probably leave and go to life saving station so I can sign the thing and meet you guys at town hall.
As
Okay.
long as you officially adjourn here at 6. You have to adjourn this work session at some point.
Right, right.
That's all I care about.
I don't blame you. I don't care either. So,
What you're doing is fine.
so I mean, I can leave and because you are a quorum and you can adjourn the meeting. Yeah, okay. I'm so happy. These are very. These are the people who who expressed because they went to the wrong address and they definitely they came back.
So that's not changing the 17, I don't think. That's not, because they were already full. What do you care? Here you go. Is that Lawrence Bikini? Sorry, I should have said that. That's the wrong one, I think. Yes, okay. Yeah, people think sometimes that like people don't want to get this stuff back, but it really becomes almost like, feel like a sense of success if they all come back, you know? Approximately, 460, 465 actually. But then some voted over there, and then some, a couple, some were voided because they were, just over there stuff. But the hard part about that when you're trying to do election stuff is the number doesn't necessarily reflect the votes because as you say, some votes 1, some votes 3, some votes 2, so. What did you say? You said 17.4? Okay, so it's still at 17 because there's people already full because I was waiting for them. These are all things that we dealt with already that I just left because they, yeah, it was. This is the problem folder? Oh, okay. That. Because it's two, not because of anything else coming in. Yeah. Yeah. So that's they sent twice. That's right. Yes. Okay. So let me look.
These are the people that, these are the people that said, I'm going to put that in there. These are the people who, put both of their ballots in one envelope. And then, they resent them. And so I am taking these out and laying that on there. There was yesterday, if you've been here, the guy, a couple said, put the ballots in the same envelope, you're not allowed to do that, but we wouldn't have rejected them anyway. But I had sent them back because how much I love election stuff. I sent them back so they could do it correct, because I wasn't afraid. I was afraid they might be rejected, so they sent them back. So this is their old ballot, but they were counted. No, I'm gonna put it in this thing because that'll confuse people. I'll write something on it. I'll have it separately with the files if people didn't come back. You guys can sign this.
Okay.
You remember. Okay, are we ready to do the ballots to come back in? Okay. Because after we do that, we look at that as we can start straightening up too. If it works, actually, you can put it on. You know, this whole place has to be picked up. Doesn't it? Yep. And you know, I'm not gonna leave it for you to do. I'm gonna go and do
All right, are you ready? Then? Four?
Yeah,
All right. Here we go.
whenever you're ready.
Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. Gary Persinger, William Stevens. David Moskowitz, Gary Persinger.
Ready? Ready?
That's it.
I want to David Moskowitz, 4-4, Gary Persinger, and 3 for William Stevens.
I agree.
Then I'll add that to your totals, and then you can show us what we got. So let you know that 247 voters at the poll. No. Get on the street.
Always. Thanks, everyone.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, we don't disagree on it.
You guys want to take a look?
We have to make sure we.
Oh, yeah. I know.
Okay, well,
I think that they're adaptable. On board.
We're gonna add that to on that one.
Yeah.
Rubber band.
I knew it. I knew he was good. Might be in that, week, automatic weekend. It might be in the automatic weekend. Well, I'm gonna be off too, so. Yeah, yeah. So Elaine is telling me we're not gonna say this out loud, but we're just gonna prepare a few.
Right.
Let me know when you're ready.
Ready?
Okay, let me come over to you.
Well,
We don't want to say it out loud, which is good.
I had it. Oh,
Yes. Is that what you said? Right. So, Whatever.
Are we ready to get up?
yes.
All right, so remember, when you need to, please don't say anything, please wait till the announcement.
Wait a minute, we're not done it. We have to sign it.
I know, but she's leaving, Paige is leaving,
Oh, Paige.
yeah. And Michelle will be running. Thank you, Paige.
Thank you, Paige. Nice to meet you.
That's the supply.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks for showing up. Giving us some American support.
That all worked out.
It all worked out.
Wasn't too hot out.
No, yeah, but still.
So I would just ask that board members stay and the two main calendars until 6 o'clock.
Yeah,
Just so we can sign off on it. If we don't sign off on it now, after it's done.
Okay.
And then the board will bring it over to the life-saving station and we'll have the results from life-saving stations and we'll get them added up and hand out to the paper. You need
I'll explain.
You're good.
We have one additional ballot that was absentee ballot that was delivered before 6 o'clock, and we are adding that into the total. Halliers, are you ready?
Ready?
Persinger, Gary Persinger, William Stevens.
Thank you. Okay, I have one for Gary Persinger and I have one for William Stevens.
Correct.
Those are the same.
Okay.
Change the numbers.
Elaine
So
said,
I use the same page.
Well,
Maybe I should just do it all.
yeah, one. I just have to, just make sure we can come up with the same darn number again. That's all.
can you staple those?
Yeah, let's take the whole thing again.
You have a staple?
No, you know, thank you. I'm not gonna stay for until we get this. Thank you.
I've got my mask. So you mask that?
I'll get you one.
Got the results, so.
We're on right now, we haven't adjourned yet.
Did you do the?
We have, everything's filed.
We just
You have the box.
And that's, what number was it? 188? I'm gonna, do this,
Yeah, but we're not announcing.
no, we're taking it over once they sign them.
Okay.
I already told them.
Our numbers agree.
Okay, let's take a look. Okay, and this is the final numbers?
Final number.
Okay, so you need to staple those, all that stuff together
And sign it.
and sign it.
Okay. 26, right?
And that is with the last ballot.
That includes last step. We didn't do anything until we did another reading.
Okay, I am gonna have, I guess you can actually fill out the number and then we, yeah, go ahead. That's machine. It's not machine, it's absentee.
Just take the top of the, stapler.
Okay,
All right, so then we need to take this.
everybody needs to sign, like, we need to sign, we can sign the rest of it when we get back, but, yeah, so give this to me. I will take this.
Perfect.
So we're gonna just meet you at town hall.
I'm gonna drive over there. and we-
Okay. Can you guys adjourn?
Yes, let's go over
Yeah,
there.
we're going to adjourn right now. So. Okay.
Okay, we're adjourning. I would like to have a second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Kate, a fantastic person who got this all together for us. Thank you very much, Susan. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, board, and thank you to the people that were here before that are gone.